All right, we are live once again. I skipped yesterday because I was tired. But here we are back again. Don't know what we're going to work on today on the survival game, but we're going to do something. I think last time we just did some optimizations, but I kind of want to do maybe some environment stuff, maybe some Blender work. I don't know. We'll do something. Let me post these links real quick. Publish that. Confirm. Sick. Good to go. Let me go ahead and show for anyone who hasn't seen it before. This is the little prototype so far. We've got a survival game where you can equip, weapons, tools, those types of things. You can pick up items. You can place items as well. You can grab a box, and place it somewhere. And the twist is that most of your gameplay in this survival game is going to center around these big rock golem thingies that I am currently standing on. So the gameplay loop would involve, building your base on top of one, throwing down some windows, giving yourself a nice little perch on which to sit while you get on top of your mobile base. Maybe you, oh, this is still annoying. When you're in the build mode, it does that. Maybe you place a box there so you can store some wood for later. Yeah, the whole looking around while... Whoop. See, look at that. That's not good. Anyway, you might put some wood in a box. Right now it's pointing them the other way. What is that? There's like a little input thingy that happens. But then maybe you place another box. Also, we need to make it so it goes wherever you're looking. Up to a certain range. But yeah, and then you might, tell your base to stand up. And then say, hey, we need to go over there. Because that's where all the resources are, so just head that way. And then, once you get to the place that you want to be, you stop and then you say, all right, let's sit down. Let's go out and get some more wood. Things that are coming in the future. Right now, the only gatherable... Ooh, sideways tree. Look at that. The only gatherable is wood. The only tools are an axe and a hammer. And the only placeable item is a box. So we will need to add more stuff like that. But as far as mechanics go, the main mechanics are there, except for crafting. We do need to get crafting. So adding things like small stones or stone nodes in a pickaxe, something like that, we could add those, and then we would have things to craft with. Hey, Forgetful, what's up? How's it going? But yeah, so that's where we're at. I also do want to do some more environment stuff, things to just put in the world to make it look more interesting. And I think what I want to do is gigantic trees. I love gigantic trees, so that will kind of be next. But in the meantime, I forgot to make my coffee before the stream. So, hey, Yeet in the YouTube chat as well. How's it going, Yeet? For now, I will leave you with this view while well, actually, I might as well run the ad on Twitch right now since I'm going to be making coffee. So, yeah, I'm going to run an ad. For anyone who doesn't see the ads, then you'll be left with a nice view here. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, New Jank.
What the hell is even that?
Coffee time. Always the first person to watch your stream. You were almost the first person. You were technically the first person on YouTube. The Twitch chat, though, I did get a comment from Forgetful first, I think, unless I just missed it. Finally started implementing multi-tile structures in the garden game and started on beefing up the plant systems. So far got soil moisture working. You can now water the soil and it evaporates slowly over time. And any soil below the water stays hydrated. Nice. Multi-tile structures, as in not just one square, they take up more and maybe different shapes. Next up, got to get plants to absorb the water from the soil. Nice. That's sick. I think today what I'm going to do, first things first, is I'm going to have some fun on Blender making some giant trees. And then I think maybe we add stone nodes or something, more gatherables, and a pick. I also really need to figure out what I'm going to do for my mesh system, like as far as settle on a certain mesh that we're going to load into like the item scenes for the when you drop an axe, it's an item scene that loads a mesh. And I've been using like OBJs or something. Okay, we go to edit. Princess, what's up? What's up? Not too much. So like structures that are 2x2 or 3x1. Nice. Yeah. Okay. First things first, we're just going to make a giant tree. Should I start with the cube? I guess. Let's go into wireframe. We are really just going to scale this up. So I don't need to make it too tall, but it does need to be pretty tall. Okay. I guess I could have just done a cylinder from the beginning. We're going to loop this. Okay. We're going to do something like that. Might have to do a couple variations of this too, because I don't want them to all look exactly the same. It's good to hear. Yeah, we're gonna get some work done here. Now, what style of tree? Teacher Eduardo, hello there. Greetings from Brazil. Hey, greetings from the United States. How's it going, man? Good to have you here. Okay, now we do another branch going maybe out this way. And actually, I'll just start it smaller from the beginning. Doing bombastic, fantastic. What about you, buddy? I'm doing great. We are getting back to work on our game here. Let's see. We're gonna do Giant Tree 1. I just realized I saved that in my project. It's kind of fine though. Okay, now we have a tree. Let's just throw some. I don't really know how I'm going to do the branches and stuff. Shaggy Bombastic is the background music. I'll tell you about the game. So here we have, if it loads. Okay. Here we have our little test world. This is only been working on this for a couple weeks, so. But here it is. We have a world where you've got, trees. You've got these big walking golem thingies, like rock golem things. And in general, it's going to be a survival game with a lot of standard elements like cutting down trees, placing boxes, and building. So you can build. But the main game loop is mostly going to be about you and your walking golem, rock golem thingy. And you can build on top of him, and then you can tell him to stand up. And he's kind of your mobile base. So as you build out your main base, you might have a main base on the ground that's like your home base, but this is going to be like where you spend a lot of your time as you expand outward. Mainly because it's dangerous to go out and about at night, like that type of thing, where you can't venture too far unless you've got your mobile base with you, pretty much. That's the general thing. Game visual reminds me of Muck. I don't know if I've seen Muck. I feel like someone mentioned something like that before, though. Yeah, and it does have some Minecrafty kind of feel, especially like, I don't know, visually I love doing this low poly style. It's also a lot easier. But, because then I can actually do the things in Blender that I want to do. And I don't really have to think about textures because I can just give it this kind of stylized look. Bring me my base. Thank you. I will now float. And I'm here. Hi, Drasafi. What's up? Been a while. Yes, indeed. How you doing, man? From that developer, Danny. I love low poly. It adds a lot of charm. Yeah. Give the golem more legs. I actually did think about that, making it more like a four-legged creature, but I don't know. I do like it having two legs. I have other creatures that have four legs that are actually kind of similar to this. They're just really small, but make the sky low poly. I don't know actually, because so visually, I'll show you what I got visually. Let's close this and go back. Okay. So visually, it's actually, I like not having the low poly sky because the project that this is based off of is the puzzle game that I was working on before. And in that, I really love the style that I have here. So if I press play here, I love the look that I have here in this game. And I really want to keep it like this. I want the end game to look a lot like this, except for even more full. So I am going to keep the sky as it is. I really like the sky, especially at nighttime and with the time passing. It's just nice. This is the previous version of the project before it became a survival game. So there is these guys, except for this time they have trees on them, because I hadn't thought of the base building idea yet. But you can still tell them to get up and tell them to walk around. Wait, how did I do that? Oh, you just click. Okay. Except for in this version, I had it where you wouldn't rotate as it walked, which I finally figured that out. But like this, I love seeing these like sunrises and stuff, even on this low poly. I don't really know if it has to match. Procedurally generated world is what I want to go for. But like this, I love this look right here. Seeing the sun come up, and I think it works. Eventually, I want it to be procedural generation for sure. I don't know how to do that, really. I've never done it before. I know it's not like insanely hard. The hard part is coming up with realistic types of terrain. Like, it's really hard to come up with terrain that looks real and doesn't just look like a big noise pattern, pretty much. But lovely visual, thanks. Yeah, absurdly realistic sky and planets. Good deal on how you can plant trees on your golem. Yeah, that's actually something that I kind of want. I want you to almost like maybe even be able to put little gardens on them and stuff. Yeah, the noise pattern is just a little bit like I don't want everything to be mountains, and it needs to be thought out enough. Which obviously there are people who make, or games who have made procedural really well. Here's my empty house. I should change my wood, because this is a similar wood item, but I just didn't change it in the game, in my current game, to be more like rough, which I need to. But like, I love the look of this. Should get like maybe those lamp posts in there too. Just build out the world a little bit. So I think I should just do a lot of environment stuff here today and just really start adding. I love hearing these walking mountains in the background. But yeah. Let's go back to our main. And let's go back to here. Let's figure out how we want to do this. How do I want to do, like, the leaves? I'm not going to do, like, individual leaves, of course. Hey, teacher, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Copy. Can I duplicate it? How do I actually do this where I just copy and paste? Huh. Tell me more about the development. How's it been? And do you have a roadmap? I have a very slow, or I mean, very simple roadmap, sort of. But I'm still figuring it out. It's only been a couple weeks since I've started this survival one. So I've mostly been working on like getting inventory working, getting the build system working, getting like item placement and tools and all that. So work very early on still, but I'm hoping to get things done for the demo at least, playable demo. Maybe by like the end of summer I would have something, somewhere around there. Might be sooner. We've made a lot of progress in just a couple weeks. Seems like a promising game and love to see how it goes. Yeah, this is the one where I really, really want to make sure I do it right, you know. Okay, there we go. Maybe I can just duplicate this. Copy. There we go. We're just throwing these around. Willy-nilly here. Okay, these are our giant trees. I don't care if they look flat, to be honest. We're just gonna join all of these. Leaves. Trunk. Fanny Slam, what's up? Gotta hydrate. How long have you been making games? For about like a year and a half. Yeah, basically exactly a year and a half now. And all just with Godot. Okay. So now that we have this, we can go to here, take our trunk. Actually, you know what? I think we do the materials in Godot. Let's just do that. What brought me to GameDev? I'd always been interested. I guess I did try it like a couple years ago and did like a month's worth of work. But I didn't keep up with it initially. But since then, I tried since the beginning of last year, and I don't know. I just always wanted to do it. It's fun. This time, for some reason, it's kind of kept me. Usually, I am not as not really. I haven't usually been able to stick with something like I have this time. Giant tree 1. We're going to instantiate this. Say 15. Okay. I'm going to do editable children. So we can go here. Load. Let's see. Materials. We have dirt. This is wood brown. That actually kind of works because it's. Yeah, that kind of works. We can do that for now. Oh. I mean, that's pretty big. Might be bigger than what I wanted. But not like that much bigger. Kind of like the idea of just gigantic trees. Okay, let's duplicate one. Transform, we're going to do scale of 0.5. Rotate this guy. Duplicate that. Seven. And of course I want to have different models. I'm not going to all have them as the same. Twisty, what's up? This is the first time I've caught one of your streams since before the surgery. Hey, yeah, good to see you, man. Right back to GameDev, yes. Work is inspirational. Keep it up. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, we have a new project, of course, but it is kind of similar to the last one. I'm pulling a lot from it and from the previous one. This one's going to be more of survival because I think I can actually do it. But yeah, it's good to see you again. Huge, that's perfect. That's what we want, is giant. The only thing is the fog does kind of obscure. Wow, look at that parallax. Makes you realize just how big that one is. Okay, problem is we don't have any that are close. And I'm wondering if we should do more like a forest of these. I think so. That flickering Z fighting over there is annoying. I should bring the mountains down slightly. I do love the ultra giant ones. But we just need more of the smaller ones too. Oh, just want to node 3D and then we call it giant trees. Heard IGN start rating games on how big tree models are in games. That's true, and that's my primary reason for doing it this way, of course. Basically, whoever can set the scale to a higher number just gets all the awards. Which I'm actually doing. Oh, no. 0.05. Nope, that's tiny. 0.1. Okay, that's kind of nice to have a couple of these. Because I do want it to where you can build tree bases as well. We need more of this size. I do like the idea of giant forests. Okay, that's something. Wait, why are these all selected? Oh boy, we accidentally selected some trees in there. And we duplicated them everywhere. We don't want regular trees getting caught up in this. Okay, the next thing, of course, we have a... Oh, let's have to scroll all the way up. Okay. These landscapes. There we go. We can just bring them down a little bit. So otherwise, you got to see all that flickering. Okay. Another hydrate in the chat. Thanks for your company, and hope you all have a wonderful day today. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Eduardo. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. Take it easy. And yeah, good to see you. If you want to stop by again, you can check in on the progress, see where we're at. But yeah, good to have you here. Oh, yeah. That's giving me the vibe I want. Now we just need more surrounding the whole place, to be honest. Yeah. Last time I was here, you were trying to make an inventory system for the player. Seemed like a fun time. So now the inventory system is there, and probably the previous time was when I was working on the bad inventory system. Whereas now I have one that actually works. Okay, I'm kind of annoyed that it places it like away, pointed away from you. Why does it sometimes... Oh, I think it's when you have... No? Huh. Sometimes it does that bug where you can still look around. I do need to fix like my My axe, if you're looking down, then it just disappears underground. We'll have to figure all that out. Okay, let's see how it looks when you're... I'm going to add more trees, of course, to the environment, make it look cooler. But let's see how it is when you build your base. And then get up and walk around. I got to figure out this jiggling. It's purely from the collision, I think. Okay, that's pretty nice. Big fan of the super trees. Kind of reminds me of Satisfactory. Yeah, I like anything giant, to be honest. Plus, once you've got your mobile base, just walking around through a world of giant trees, I think it'll be pretty nice. We still have some frame droppy things. One of the ways that we can fix that is by doing a tree spawner instead of having a bunch of scenes that are actually loaded in. Because these can really all just be meshes. They don't have to be trees until you come close to them. I kind of want to see how this looks at night. Oh, we'd have to restart it. Okay, there's still definitely a lot of the fog effects. Should add a sound effect for these. Also, I should see if I can finally bake nav meshes again. I love just making bases. This build system's actually, I'm liking it so much. Yep. We're getting somewhere. Hooked the weather system up so that the soil gains water when it rains, and dude, it looks dope. That's awesome, dude. Darken and decrease the roughness on tiles based on water amount so it gets all shiny. Nice. Fortniting, very impressive features. Thanks. Yeah, we got the build system. I mean, that was just done in the past couple weeks. Because we've only, like I said, been working on this for a couple weeks. Monkey in the YouTube chat. Game looks good like the low poly art style. Thanks. Yeah, low poly is my favorite to do because it is all I can do. But it's very fast And you can still make it look good, you know, you can stylize it. Trees look dope. Thanks. Yeah, we're going to have to just make a couple more models maybe and figure it out. Okay, bring my base over here, please. Oh boy, it's gonna push me off. Nope, okay. Can I climb up this? Yes. No, not quite. Yes. Okay. Now I think right now he can just walk through things, so if I like tell him to go over here, it might. Yep. It's pushing me through the tree. We'll need to add some sort of well, we just need to add pathfinding back in. Pathfinding broke for me for a while, so and we might need to add an actual texture for the grass. Let's look at our terrain 3D. Let's just do an albedo color, maybe. Let's go back to Sky 3D and make it day again. Oh, interesting. Can I just make a texture? Okay, by increasing the roughness, what have I gained? Not really anything, but I do want to add some sort of like noise texture maybe. What happens if I go to ChatGPT? Oh. Okay. New chat. Generate a green texture that I'm going to use for terrain to be grass. Basically, just a noise texture of green with slightly different shades all over. Let's see what happens. Okay, we can try this. Okay, so it is plain white. Okay. Let's load this back up again. I guess maybe we can just go to here, add a texture. This one can be our... No, what are you doing? Okay, does it need to be 64 by 64? Okay, so then we just, I guess, open this up. Okay. Perfect. Okay, now what happens if we go here and we just throw this texture in there? It's not like the right color. But it does have the green. Okay. The only problem is then anything that doesn't have like an actual texture to it is going to kind of stand out because we're doing kind of no textures. Okay, let's go here again. How do I just like add effects to change the color? Or we can just open this. Nice. Okay. Yeah, let's use our eyedropper wherever that is. How in the world do I just select a color? I haven't used GIMP in forever. I guess maybe I could go to this one and do this color temperature thing. Ooh. That might do it. Already better. Now these green grass blades just need to be a little different. Okay. Ooh, there we go. This is a much more like blue-green. I don't know if I want it to be that blue, but it's kind of close. Okay, that's pretty good right there. I do wonder if I should just throw the wind shader on these. No, because they need to, I want you to be able to get up on top of them. I don't want the collision shape to be moving or not moving while the whole tree moves. Okay, let's go back to main. This will help us kind of get the vibe. Okay. Let's go to Sky 3D. Let's enable game time. See how this looks. Okay, you do get that kind of washed out look. Need to figure out how to be able to deal with that. But it does look nice. I do like it quite a bit. It's amazing how just copying one mesh over can do. Maybe it's a fog thing. What happens if we go like a lot of fog? Okay, does not look great because then against the black background, all of that gets super fogged out. How do you deal with fog? Those are trees, all caps. I don't know really how to deal with the fog side of things. Especially during the daytime, it looks rough. Let's put our music back on. Oh, we got an ad about to start in 3 minutes, just a heads up. I guess there's things that we can change here. So GI inject. So like 500 meters. This is probably very expensive. It does make the fog look a lot better. Like 1,000. How do you not get the washed out look? Oh, we got a floating tree over there. Probably have a lot of them. Or is that floating? See what up in the saturation does. Oh, interesting. Just saturates everything. These trees become crazy. The sky becomes crazy. Wow. Oh, that is crazy looking. Man. That is insane. Cool effect, but not what we're going for. Let's do less saturation, see what's up. Okay, then it's just kind of darker. Kind of a cool effect, once again. Definitely spookier. And that could be something we kind of modulate over time. Like as it gets darker, when the time goes below a certain amount, then we drop that. The saturation. Feels like one of those dreams where you're being chased, but you don't know what by what. Yep. Yeah. Oh, here's my sideways tree. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting look. It's actually not bad to have the saturation a little bit down. Maybe not quite this much. I don't know. What is the ghosting they're talking about? I'm going to have this glow on and see what's up. Because I assume that's just with lights. I don't know. All I know is this already looks pretty nice just as it is. Now we need giant flying creatures that fly between these points on the giant trees. That much is known. Let's go to our cursor. Our chicken scene. No. Okay. This is just the detection for our creature that we're going to make. Maybe we jump into Blender now and make one. I love developing like this where you just make random stuff that you think is cool in the moment. Thing is, I'll have to do animations for this. That's fine though. Let's think of how we want this to be. Some giant, like, winged creature. body. This is going to be wings. Whoops. Wings. Okay, body. Go up to here. Go to edit mode. Go here, add a modifier, another mirror. We can turn on clipping. Then it's going to have some little critter legs. Buttermilk, what's up? How you doing, man? Okay. Get some little legs on him. Let's pull this out a little. Actually, let's keep him as low poly as possible because this is... I don't think you're really... Well, you will see him up close here and there. But we can always change the model later. That's how you duplicate. I forgot for a second. Okay. Yeah, look at these. Perfect legs. Okay, you know what? We're going to save this as, well, let's go up. Flying creature. For now, this is all it's going to be. We don't even need animations. Come on, go ahead and import, please. I'm also importing just blend files. I've kind of gone back to that, even though I assume it takes up a bunch more space. Let me go ahead and save and commit this. Then we're going to go to our change this to a character body 3D. Then we are going to instantiate this guy with editable children. And we're going to go to body. Let's throw a quick surface material on this. Standard material, blip, albedo, color. Perfect. Wings. And cube, otherwise known as legs. We're going to throw an albedo as well. We can do more of a... All right. This will, of course, be changed up later. Okay, but the idea is you're going to have these guys flying in the sky. I also wonder if I do a new called fly and a new one called idle. Let's look at fly. Let's change it to like 3 seconds. And then if I add a track, wings. Can I do this? Transform, rotation. Okay, let's actually go back to here. Let's also do position. We could get just a very terrible looking one going first. But if you're far down below, that looks okay. Sick. Okay, perfect. We have our idle. Nice. All right. Okay, now that we have this, we can add a script. Whoops. Create a script. Wait, do I have creatures? Okay. Yeah. We're still hanging on to this bad file system, but Is that a area 3D? Do like 400. This is going to be roost detect. We're going to connect some area entereds, area exited, connect, save, close all. Now we can go to our cursor. And we're going to do our, what is it, flying creature. Current roost equals, yes, roost. Our roosts. Get nodes and group roost. I could do that, or I could just do something like this. Area.getParent is roost. Maybe make this larger. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's add a timer. Okay, Control W. When you're using like cursor or another text editor, you got to make sure that you're not keeping your scripts open in Godot, because sometimes if you make a change here, then go back and save in Godot, it'll just blow away whatever your changes are. What did I call it? Get new roost, yeah. Yeah, we can just do this. Let's say target roost, okay. Let's say roost.pick random. Is that a real thing? Random element from array. Okay, nice. Let's do a... let's just do a state thing here. Wait, let's do transitions. Transition to flying. Okay, we'll do that. Target boost dot global position minus global position dot normalized times 10. Okay, we're just doing that. Get random Okay, let's see what breaks. We're going to drag a couple of these guys in. Does Cursor create a bunch of meta files in your Godot project folder? I don't know. I haven't actually checked. It's possible. You can definitely like install things and stuff like that, because I used it recently on a React project. But it asks first, so I would assume that it asks as well before it does anything. I don't know. Come on, Godot. Let's load up. Let's load the main scene. Really taking a while there, Godot. What's going on? Man, this album is really good from Harris Heller. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? because this loads so, it takes so long to load. Let's go to giant tree. And let's take away our oh no. Okay. Would it help if I turn off collision shapes? Does it help to not draw those? Maybe. I don't know. But actually, we kind of need to see those. Or at least we need to see collision polygons. Okay, I can't see his area. So let's go back to gizmos, see which one turns on. Oh, maybe I could see it before. I don't know. Oh, let's go to our script. We're going to say get new roost start. We're going to make sure our roost timer is a one shot. And in our transition to idle, we get new roost and start. Whoops. Okay. Here we do, let's do like 3 seconds. Okay, let's see what breaks. Broken. Oh. That is a cursor issue. We don't need that. We need void. Uh-oh, where did I put this guy? There he is. Okay, he's flying. But he isn't. Oh, we don't have move and slide. I think that's it. I think we still need to restart it. Oh my. Control W that, go to here. Which one was he on? Oh, there he is. Okay, and he's moving. Okay, now he just needs to rotate in the right direction. And probably fly slower. Or faster. Okay, let's save this, roll it again. I like how fast you can just add stuff that works. Well, okay, this broke. Rotation equals lerp 2. Okay, this isn't working. Is it global rotation dot, maybe dot Y? Or does that still not work? Oh, I think I know. It's not lerp 2, it's just lerp, right? This is where cursor can do you wrong. And any AI, if you're trying to learn this stuff. Where is he? I can't see this dude anywhere. Of course, it's nighttime, so that doesn't help. Come on, where are you, man? Okay, this is what we do. Go back to main and see how long it takes to load in. There we go. We're going to duplicate this boy. Just add more until we can see them easily. Okay, there's one. He's definitely not lerping towards the direction he needs to go. That guy Looks like he's fine, of course. He's also not rotating, but okay. How are we doing this with the mountain? We can just do this. Okay, let's give it another shot. Okay, this guy seems to be moving in the right direction. That guy moved in the right direction, and he's now landed. I was going up to another one. Where's he headed? Is he going all the way up here? Dang, look at that. He's still flying, though. He shouldn't be flying. Oh, he's stuck because of his collision shape. Okay. So we just make them not look at these things. They'll fly through them. That's fine. Okay, and then obviously we will work on the models and do actual animations for them. So far, that's not too bad. Look at that. Oh, where did he go? Oh, he's lifting off. He's heading up. Way up there. It's only a 3-second timer, so we should do a longer one, of course. We're getting some framiness here. And they just fly straight through. We'll have to figure out a way of doing that, but these guys are flying way out there. How does it look from the ground? Oh yeah, I do like seeing them way out there. But I'll want them to be more like big, sweeping wings, you know. We'll come up with a much better model and actually give them a head and legs that move. And maybe every once in a while they come down to the ground. But that is nice. I like seeing things flying around outside, you know. Oh, you can see one of them flying way out there. Yeah, this is looking good. I need to make a video like a devlog. Because I've really... Oh, I have an appointment coming up. Okay. Sweet. Really made a ton of progress. Oof, the framiness. We do kind of need to figure out all of that. I think one thing that will help is using a multi-mesh for the trees and then just spawning in actual collision shapes and the actual like tree scene when you're within a certain amount. And then otherwise we just swap the mesh back in. Oh my goodness, the shakiness is really annoying. It's all because of the nav stuff. Trying to see if I can find a flying guy. I think they all disappear too much. Oh, there's one. They kind of go way out there. There's two of them together. Let's go to our cursor, go to our player. Let's turn our sprint speed way up. That didn't really do anything yet. There we go. That looks really cool, man. Yeah, visually, it has come a long way just today. It already looks way better than when we started. We've added at least the basic functionality of a new creature, which is good. flying creatures are interesting, though, because we want to... I mean, one way that we could do it is we could put the roost point, like, their target place to be would be like their... Would be like, I don't know, a certain amount above where the actual roost is, which I call them roost, but really it's just like a perch point. It's not an actual roost. So then they can fly. Oh, hello there. So then they can fly up above it and then come down and land on it. Problem is their speed isn't quite right. Use a curve 3D to reference like an offset height to make them go higher on roost approaches. Yeah, that would be... Yeah, it would be nice to have it like arc to where they're going. Curve 3D to reference. How would I do that though? Because I've never done that through like code. Looks like we have an ad starting. I'm going to snooze it for a bit. By the way, for anyone who is interested in following the game progress and seeing when I go live on Twitch, there's the Discord link. I'm going to also throw it in the YouTube chat for anyone interested in keeping up with when I go live and all that. By the way, Bad Circle, good to see you again, brother. Yeah, something like that would be nice. Let's see if we can get Cursor to do it. Wonder if I can do like curve to the target roost. Curve 3D new. Add point. Global position. Target roost. Nope, don't just keep repeating yourself. There's a video that goes over it, making the Leviathan axe in less than 10 minutes in Godot 4. Oh, okay. This could be what we're looking for in a way, because I could literally just specify like a point in between, raise it up a bunch, and then just say, and then add like in between points and say, you know, move towards those as you go. But let's see here. Well, create path to roost. Let me see what this does. Every tick move, we could say Hmm. I don't think that just works. I'll take a look at what you're... I think I saw that video at one point. Let's take a look. Creating or making... Let's see. Making the Leviathan axe in Godot.
The Leviathan axe is one of my favourite mechanics in video games. The throwing and recalling ability is just so satisfying to do. With the recent release of Ragnarok, I decided to have a crack at recreating the simple version of this in Godot. As always, links to code and resources used are in the description below. Let's start by getting the basics of the axe implemented. First, I downloaded an axe model from Sketchfab and originally did this using a rigid trying to implement a mesh.
Skip ahead a bit. Of course, every time I skip, it doesn't matter how fast my internet is.
Let's also create a variable to
takes a
hold the
while.
project's set gravity value. Now create a function called throw and check if the state is set to held. Now we need to know the direction the axe must travel in once thrown. Let's do that by using a raycast from the center of the screen. Create a new function called getDirection. Get the viewport and camera, and then get the screen center from the viewport. Get the start and end position of the raycast, and save it into a variable. Use transform.lookingAt to make our axe face the axe isn't grounded. Now call move and collide, connect the axe head's area body shape entered signal, the marker, and place it somewhere that looks good. Need WASD for movement, move and slide. This allows us to move. Now let's handle looking around. Create three to throw the axe if the throw action is pressed while the axe is in the held state. Or try to move, you'll see an issue. What's happening is the axe is a child of the player node, which means it will also move when the player moves. A function called recall. Return immediately if the state is already set to recalling, then set our start position, zero out the recall progress value, and reset our recall start position, passing in our progress as the delta. Go back to the player script, and if the recall action is pressed, call the recall function on the axe. Don't forget to assign the player to the axe within the player scene. Now we can recall the axe, but it happens in a straight line, whereas in the game it swings out to the right first. I think the best way to implement this would be using a quadratic Bezier curve, but for simplicity here I'm going to use the built-in curve type. In the axe script, export a new variable called recallCurve and set it however you want in the editor. The x-axis will represent the progress towards the player, and the y-axis will represent how far in the x-axis to offset the axe. Back in the curve.
Okay, so we can add one as a child. So curve. Wait. It's not a node. Okay. Oh, it's add export. I see. So we can go to our cursor here, go up here. Add export path, curve 3D. Perfect. Now here. What is it saying? Why is his different?
How far in the X will represent called recall curve and set it however you want in the editor.
Why does his look different? Oh, curve 2D.
Curve, but
Okay, still weird. Let's take a look. Oh, we have an
the
ad
best way to
running.
implement this would be using a quadratic Bezier curve, but for simplicity here, I'm going to use the built-in curve type. In the axe script, export a new variable called recall curve and set
He's just doing regular curve. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Set it however you want in the editor. The x-axis will represent the progress towards the player, and the y-axis will represent how far in the x-axis to offset the axe. Back in the code, we can get the x offset by sampling the curve. The curve is between 0 and 1, so divide our recall progress by its distance to the target position to make it a value between 0 and 1, 2. Make this offset value relative to the player by multiplying it by the player's basis, and add it to the calculated new position. Now we have the Leviathan axe implemented in Godot.
Okay, I did not understand what he was saying there.
Back in the code, we can get the x offset by sampling the curve. The curve
Sample baked. Okay. Or no, we just do the offset. I'm trying to think if I understand this. Not sure the best way to apply that to a bird. It does seem like it's the right thing. Just whether or not I should look at points or the way he's doing it where it's an offset. I don't know what I just did with cursor there, but it's something. And it just broke. Let's get baked points. We don't want to get baked points. What was he doing? Sample baked. Recall progress divided by recall start distance to...
curve is between 0 and 1.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Wait, where did he set recall progress? Plus equals recalled speed. Okay. I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe we do. So we have that. Let's do a say change this code to have a curve to make the path curve have generated points where the creature flies to the roost in an arcing path. Let's see what it does. Progress would be how far out from the target position he should start landing. Yeah, it could be. Okay, so what is it saying? Distance equals dir.length before we normalize it. Okay. Arc height, min distance. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's just accept it and see what happens. Yeah, it does seem like I've never done anything like that, so. Oh, and they are all falling. Where's he going? Did he just disappear under the earth? Did all of them? I should probably disable in-game time. I don't know where any of these guys went. I think they're all underground. So we go back to cursor and we say, looks like they all from the sky and started moving from a super low position and never went back up. Okay, let's see what it says now. Not properly, blah, blah, blah. Creatures are falling due to gravity. Just make the curve starting point their global position, then the end point the target roost global position, and add some points that they can move towards, or that they can follow until they reach the end. Maybe going through the leaf wasn't so bad. Yeah, you're right. This is the annoying thing with AI then, is of course it can fix everything, but I'm not understanding how it's doing it, and I'm not really learning anything. So if this doesn't work, then I'll figure some other way. Okay, just accepting. Okay. Let's see if he's actually arcing. Oh, yeah. Nice. I think we just need to make the arc a little bigger depending on the distance. That's sick. See, like there, that didn't work. Because it was already going up, whereas that one's working. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yep, that's a great arc right there. Okay. Let's also make our animation player. Let's do default blend time 1 second. Now we have create flight path, midpoint Y. Scaled height, perfect. So this is 1 minus the distance divided by 100. So if it's 1,000, then it would become 100, and then 99. 20 times 90. I don't know if we want it like that. Well, okay, let's see. If it's 100, then it's just 1 minus 1, which means... Yeah, I guess we'll see. My math isn't super great, so... Yeah, that's kind of nice. I like them to do that big jump to a short one. Where's his arc? Okay, he's going up. But then they need to do bigger arcs on longer distances. So let's do so if it's 100 meters away, then we need a 20 meter arc, let's say. So let's just try that. Because it's just whatever the distance is times 20%. Oh yeah, that's much better. There we go. Actually, let's do like 30%. Subject, what's up? What's up, my dude? Looking spooky in here. Yeah, we got we're adding some creatures. Where was my midpoint again? Let's do 0.3. Let's do a 30%. I think that's about good. Or should it be like 50%? Let's do 40%. Make it a little more pronounced. Yeah, we're working on our creatures. These are obviously extremely placeholder models for the creature, the flying creatures. The animations are just tossed together, but we will be expanding them more. They're going to be, yep, flying in these arcs. That's pretty nice. I like that arc. Just using cursor and it actually worked. Because I did not know how to do these, creating these arcs with code. Wonder which one he's going to. The performance right now is not great. Oh, now he's coming down. Where is he? Yeah. There we go. Oh, he just flew through that one. Must be going to the next one. Yep. Also, they move to like slow. Definitely need them to move faster. The only language I speak is placeholders, yes. The sky is awesome. This is just a plugin, and I literally haven't changed a thing with it. Our performance is not running great right now because I haven't optimized like anything. We could just make them look at wherever they're... Well, I don't need them to point in that direction necessarily. We just need them to go maybe a little faster. Let's do like 35. See what happens. Is there a big difference or performance difference between in-editor and package 2? Tends to be the case in Unreal. In-editor and packaged. I'm not sure what you mean. Not always for the better. Oh, do you mean as far as like when we've exported versus running just... Yeah. I don't actually know. I know I'm not doing anything performant with like my scenes. Like all of my trees are just individual scenes, which I could just change to just a multi-mesh and then have it spawn an actual tree and switch it out when you need to like run into them and need collision and stuff. Editor overhead and all that, yeah. That could be the case. It definitely could be. Oh, wow. He, like, did not arc that very well. He just instantly started coming down. But we can work on all that. Let me try this. See what happens. Does it look better? Nope. I start tweaking out a bit. It's good to go right there. Okay, that's fine though. Let's do something like speed and then speed and then less than 15. Whoops. Let's do less than 25. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and then this is going to have speed, or let's see how this works. Oh, they kind of slow down really fast. Let's do like 1. See how that looks. do they start out too slow? No, that's pretty good. Oh. But then they don't accelerate or decelerate fast enough. Let's give it like 2, and maybe that's enough to slow it down enough. Format to get normalized, essentially. Good job, man. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, I don't really like using cursor to do like the whole thing. That's the thing. Because then I don't really know what's going on. But for these guys, I don't care too much because it's kind of placeholder. Kind of does look good though. Like, obviously, once we actually get their animations and stuff, it's going to look a lot better. But now them coming into land and stuff is actually kind of fine. Yeah, it's working pretty well. So then it's just the visuals of them. And honestly, I think I can make it look a little bit better by just going to my animation player here. Go into, what is this? It's 3 seconds, so 1.5. Here. Grabbing my wings. And honestly, I can just do a something more like that. Maybe 4 seconds is too long. Let's do 3. Okay. Let's see how it looks. For now, it's kind of fine. In fact, we could also do it's a little crazy there, but I almost want them to start with the wings up high. But because that's looping, then it's... want like big, like, because that's a single frame, then it... I guess one thing I could do is just... go like this, delete these, grab these, go over here. It's a lot faster, but second loop mode, if you click the loop button again. What's the second one? Even that's not, I mean, that's kind of just the same as what I had before, but it kind of looks better. Obviously, we're going to reanimate this entire thing anyway, because we're going to do the actual animation in Blender, and we're going to redo the whole model, so it's not too big of a deal. Back and forth. Oh! Yeah, there's that. Yeah, the ping pong. Honestly, yeah, that's fine for now. Well, I mean, everything's going to change anyway. I have to get off pretty soon. So I'm just going to kind of play my game here a little bit. And see how it just feels, you know. Okay. When you're in here, for some reason, when you're in here, then the inventory stuff gets all screwy. Let's see here. Player. What is it about being on the mountain? We're going to do value. If current focused interactable does not equal null and interactable is open, we close outside inventory. Else, toggle it. As the opposite and here, open outside inventory. Okay, it's still doing that. Either way, that's fine. Let's say we place down our box here. We still need to fix this placeable system. Because that is really annoying. Why is this? Maybe we got to go back in and do... I'll just do that. Ah, it's still doing it. Oh, you know what? No, it's... That's why. Where's our movement stuff? Build UI visible does not equal true, and build inventory UI dot visible does not equal true. Is there something with the... What is it? It's with like the mountains. Riding body. Right here. Okay, we might have to get off of this guy and then jump back on and maybe it'll update. Or do we just need to go here and save? Maybe I might have to reload it. Subject, hell yeah, building system looks like it works well. It works pretty well. There's still some stuff that I got to figure out. There's still things that you can like... There's certain situations where you can still build something where another thing is, and you shouldn't be able to. Oh, there was a weirdness right there. Okay. But yeah, and then you can, get your walking mountain to walk your base around for you. Oh, framiness. Goodness sakes. Performance is not there. These collisions, too, with the mountain colliding with stuff is really annoying. Because it's not using pathfinding right now, because pathfinding just broke. So I just switched it to just walk in that direction. And it does, but then it everything became really shaky. Like that. Which I think is just the collisions. That's wild. Yeah, this is the whole point of this game. The whole reason I wanted to do make it a survival game is because before it was a puzzle game. And then I added these walking mountain creatures that you could ride. And then I was like, you got to be able to build a base on top of it. But then I needed to make a game where you build bases. So then I completely started over, and now we're making a survival. Yeah, you can, tell your base to get over here. And then to sit down. And there you go. You got your your mobile base. Sounds familiar. That's how I roll. Bad Circle says, my bad, all comments are a bit behind most of the time. Good session tonight. It's good inspiration while I work along with it. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. I'm also, when I start getting focused, then I don't pay attention as much to chat. Oh, actually, what if it was a totally different game? Yeah. Exactly. Might as well, I should work on some of the performance stuff. I think I'll just end up changing the entire way I do trees, because I think trees are honestly most of it. I just have a lot of these individual trees. And then I should figure out why it won't bake the navigation mesh. Because it's really annoying trying to show people this and then having this whole mountain shaking as you walk. It's not like a good shake. It's more of an annoying shake. Because when you jump, or when you aren't moving, then it's not really there. Because it's there a little bit. I wonder if some of that is just from the performance side of things. Okay, but we do have something that is starting to look like a world. So when I'm walking around in here, this looks a lot more, like a filled-in world. Oh, I'm chopping the wrong tree there. I should really figure out how to do my gathering and stuff better. Maybe when I add stone nodes, then I'll just rework my system, because right now there's literally just an axe mesh that you can see disappears underground when you swing, because it's just a physical thing attached to the player, and then it has a hitbox on the axe head to be able to attack these trees. And I'm really thinking that's not the way to do it. I think what I'm going to do is just have some sort of thing in front of you like mesh, maybe even a 2D thing where it's like a swing the axe. It looks like it's there in 3D space. And then just have a hitbox kind of originate from the player or something. I don't know. I really don't know how to do that stuff. I've never done first person like this, Ooh. I do like this build system because I can make things that I actually would want to make. Like, it feels like you can be fairly creative with your base design. Oh, here's a good example. Like, you can build right here, which is not a great idea. Oh, I need more trees. Let's go zoom over to this big tree. Get a lot more wood. Oh, yeah. Okay, this time of day thing is... Wow. Why is it so dark? My goodness, I feel like it's just always dark. I mean, I'm having the daytimes short, but those periods in between sunrise and sunset and stuff, everything gets like really hard to see dark. Not just like nighttime look. Okay. Let's finish up my base here. Maybe a line trace or something, capsule trace. Don't know what's available in Godot. What are you talking about specifically? Because I've already... Oh, like a... Do a final check before displaying the preview mesh for... Is there... I see what... Yeah. Is there anything intersecting? I could just do that. Yeah, because there really shouldn't be any actual intersections. Even, like... I could literally just add a collision shape that is just slightly smaller, so then it doesn't hit anything that's when it's right up against it. Just slightly smaller and be like, hey, is there anything that appears there? And do it for every build thing. And if it does build, then it instantly deletes and then refunds or just doesn't cost any wood. And display a different, or just, yeah, in the preview, like you're saying. Duh, yeah, that's perfect. That's a great call. I could just change each preview scene to have a little collision shape that says, hey, is there a static body here? Because like right here, it would just say, yeah, there's like 3 of them. Like for your gathering system, I meant axe with no collision, line trace capsule. Yeah, oh, true. Yeah. I could definitely do something like that. Just from the player, like, I mean, I could even do like a raycast, or I could just have a collision shape just shoot out from the player and just... I helped? Yes, indeed. I think I should just do that, because that would fix like so much of my problems. Because it does work for certain things, like wall, you can't put there because the connection has already been used. Although that gave me issues as well. There's some points where you should be able to add something and it doesn't allow you to because I'm canceling the connection points too much. Okay, one thing I need to do is go to Godot. Or actually, I can do this. Base. Nope. Base. Structure. Let's change this to 5. Okay, it's not updating it yet. Maybe, wait, do I have to go in Godot to one of my building parts? Or do I just need to reload? I don't want to cut down more trees, but I have to. Just because I really want to finish building this base. This is how distracted I get. And once again, it's all dark. Nice. Some of these, like the grass gets really dark. Maybe I should, oh, it's just because we're in a dirt section. Okay. I also do need to fix certain things like, the fact that, oh, this looks nice. The fact that you can't place foundations at a certain height. It's just whatever height you're jumping. And currently, like, you can just go way up and just place a floating foundation. Okay, bring me my mobile base, please. Honestly, but it kind of suits the vibe, but I understand the concern. Yeah. Oh, man, the shakiness and the framiness when you're on top of this guy. So the moment you do this, then it's not so bad. It's weird because I had fixed all the shakiness. But I think it is just that collision thing. But he's shaking while everything else isn't. So I think it is just, yeah, that collision thing. Now, maybe I go to my main scene, and try to finally do the nav mesh thing again. Why doesn't it bake nav meshes? It just no longer bakes nav meshes. It cooks for as long as it can. Hey, I don't know how to say your name, but is Ceylon? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Try adding trees as childhood terrain and then bake Navamesh. If I throw that in there, then and then from here, bake Navmesh. Because I also reset the nav mesh for the navigation region. So maybe that'll help too. Oh, come on. Bidar, what's up? How's it going in the Twitch chat? There was something about the Google is saying something about the don't have any holes in it. If I just hide everything. Did I have any holes? Whoops. I remember I added a hole at one point, but I thought I removed it. And you would assume that this would say something. Okay, we're going to move it outside. Delete this navigation region. We're going to do setup navigation again. Let's see. It's annoying though, because I don't want to have to like figure out how to do my own pathfinding. I mean, I assume, figure it out to some degree. That wouldn't be, wouldn't be too crazy, but I don't know. Okay. Go back here. We draw on some navigation. And then we bake this nav mesh. Come on. Feels like you shouldn't have to, though. Yeah, I mean, this was working, and then just one day it just stopped working. I could go to the Terrain 3D Discord and ask. But I do have to finish my stream here pretty soon. Ah, why? Let's get my music going here again. Either way, we did make a lot of progress today. There we go. Yes. Okay, we are getting we are getting navigation on all of these. Okay, let's bring everything back. Because giant trees are inside it. Okay, we need to rebake this because the grass always messes it up. It needs to just be static colliders. Okay, sorta good. Now what happened? Let's bring everything back. Got to bring back the little CSG box there. Why is it refusing to bake there? Is it my cell size? Well, let's go ahead and draw some more on. Now here is the issue. When you put geometry inside, then it can't be geometry that has a collider because it will look for flat things to put as pathfindable. Okay, let's bake it again. This might take forever. But as you can see, it's putting... Okay, weird. Okay, it didn't actually take that long, but... Is this a slope thing? Like... If true, marks non-walkable spans as walkable. If their maximum is within agent climb max of a walkable neighbor. So you can walk on something. Okay, ledge spans. Spans that are ledges is non-walkable. Interesting. Okay, let's bake this again. I could throw trees in there, but at some point we'll have to do runtime baking. Okay, so that was just a cell size thing. So it can get up to here, but it can only go through this path. Okay, that's, yeah. However, how do we make it so these objects do not... Scans nodes in a group and their child nodes recursively for geometry. Uses nodes in a group for geometry. Group is specified by geometry source group name. Okay, let's try this. Okay, now I cannot bake navigation. And now I can, okay. Physics layer to scan for colliders. Ah, so what we can do is on these giant trees, we can go to our giant tree. Or actually, wait, no, we don't need to do that here. We can go to leaves. Whoops, that's wrong. Static body. Collision. This is player. This is creatures. We do layer 4. Do we have anything on layer 4? Let's do layer 9. Rename. We're going to call this non-surface collision. Non-nav surface collision, I guess. So the leaves are going to be on that. They don't need to look at anything. This is why I label my collision mask. Yeah, I have it on some, but I feel like I haven't been the best. Okay, terrain 3D, perfect. Okay, so now terrain 3D is not going to scan layer 9. And really it shouldn't scan anything except for 1, 7, item build ended, no. Really, it shouldn't scan like any of these. Should do layer 1. Okay. Oh, nope. Did not mean to do that. Fake nav mesh. Oh. As you can see. Okay. Still have navigation on these. So I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Maybe there's something static body, and we could call this nav static body. This can have a collision shape. Something like that. Nav collision shape. We could do something like this. So then actually these trees the giant tree here can be on 1, and then we can make terrain 3D scan 10 and 7, because 7 is terrain 3D. So if we rebake, then none of these should show up. None of the branches. We're still going to have, like, if I hide giant trees. There's probably some stuff below the ground. Let's bring them back. What's... Oh, but that needs to kind of go all the way up. Yeah. Oh, and this needs to be on layer 10. Duh. Then what do we do about the top bit? That's still going to get navigation. How do people normally do this? Because the whole point is that it will avoid these static bodies, but then it always puts it on top of the static bodies. I don't know. It's tough. Yep. See, look, we've got navigation meshes right at the top. Okay. Let me try this and see if it speeds it up. Oh, wow. Interesting. Let's see if I can get my walking mountain to work with navigation mesh again. Okay, let's see if that's all I needed to change. Nav.get position. Nope. What did I have before? Okay, so in here I need to have my navigation agent. We've got visible navigation. But does he move? No. I think that's cursor messing us up because I think it's actually whoops. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Let's go back to our main. Let's make this navigation region. Let's go back to watershed. Then bake the nav mesh again. I don't know if that was it, but I should also do visible paths. Okay, why you no go nowhere? Also, I don't like having this always show up. Okay, we have no path there. Let's go to walking mountain. I think I have to do it here. Okay. Will I see any point at all? Okay, I don't see any. What's going on? I'm gonna do this. Because I think we just weren't setting the nav map then. Oh, if this works and it fixes the shaking, then I'll be very happy. No. Why you no move? Okay. So he knows that he's close to it. He just doesn't know how to we're just not actually getting the next like location or something. Okay, we're copying it over once again. We'll see if it breaks something. Come on, just work. I just need my navigation to work. Hey, there we go. Okay, I was doing something wrong. I don't know what, but I had figured it out in a previous project, and now we are good. And all of these are tall enough where they should never be the closest point. Like all of these things. So it might not matter that we have them there. Okay, debug. Let's not do visible navigation. Okay, now let's see. Let's see how it feels to ride on them, especially once we've built something. Problem is, I can't remember how we fixed the navigation in the first place. After it wouldn't bake, but I could always go back and look at this VOD if it happens again. Let's add some windows just to make sure that we're reproducing, you know, similar conditions with a full base. Love that sax. Oh, nope. Okay, I definitely thought we had fixed it. It's still shaky. I feel like some of that is framiness. Why are you stuck? Maybe it's just framiness. Be a problem. What's up? How's it going? Man, that's really disappointing that it didn't just fix it. It's still shaky when you're on top of him. I do wonder. We made this a lot bigger. Hey, got the raid. Wait, that's 1. That's 0.5. Oh, we should do 1. Now, what is it like when we're just standing on them? RIGG, what's up? How's it going? Just finishing up something. Was working on a game, then working on a tool for searching through sound files. Oh, nice. That sounds potentially complicated. Right now, now I'm working on going to bed soon. Sounds good. I actually have to bounce out real quick. I keep saying that and then I don't leave. But this kind of shakiness as you walk is just bugging me enough. I thought it was just a navigation thing because we didn't have navigation before. Now I have no idea. Maybe it's the amount of sliding. Or snap length. Maybe that was it the whole time. Let me, that would be sick if it was just that. Still a little bit of shakiness. Kind of reminds me of Mech Warrior a bit in a good way. Oh, yeah. You're off. All right, take it easy, man. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate you being here. Have a good one. Yeah, peace out. Sleep well. RIG says, GG says, not bad. Reminds me of Silt Striders in Morrowind. I never actually played Morrowind. I played a lot of Oblivion, but I should sometime play through Morrowind. Loved it. Yeah, I've heard it's an amazing game. Oblivion is like my favorite. I never really played much of Skyrim. I enjoyed Oblivion more. But I feel like it's probably feels more like Oblivion than it does Skyrim, I would assume, right? Yeah, the shakiness is just... The other thing is it could just be performance stuff. But I'm sure we will be able to figure it out. Currently, how it works, for anyone interested in learning how to do something like this, because it's actually kind of hard, or it was for me, there's hopefully better ways of doing it. But basically how I have it set right now is that there is a whole nother character body that is attached to the mountain. So it's like a whole nother character controller. And then when you jump inside the mountain's sphere of influence here, which actually I should probably turn this into a sphere. Come to think of it. Hey, Materia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man. How's it going? It's more hardcore than Oblivion and Skyrim. They really shaved off more and more of the sharp corners with every new install. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how games have gone. Man, I feel like I should maybe... It's more performant to just use a sphere when possible. That's way too big. 10. That's pretty good right there. Yeah, we'll do that. Anything to get a little bit more performance. Also, we need to really rebake this collision shape. This is so much going on here because there used to be trees on it. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to re-import, boom. Then we're going to go to main collision. We're going to delete this. Take this collision shape and put it there. Or actually, no, we have to copy this. Copy, add a collision shape. Paste, then we can save, go back into here, turn off physics. Then this collision shape needs to be brought. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good right there. All right. That's less of the collision stuff. I mean, I could even go a little bit better with it and just like export just the collision of the top. I could split it out when I redo the model at some point, you know. Materia says, what kind of survival game you making? Kind of a Rust style in some ways. Kind of a Minecrafty, I don't know. It's a lot of it, there's a little bit of like raft in there. Whoops, look at that. There's still weird things that happen when you toggle the inventory. But basically, it's going to kind of center, you know how like, I don't know if you've ever played Raft, but you're on a raft, of course. And there's like, the whole thing is you're staying on that because that's your safe place to be. Well, in this game, the safe place to be for the most part is going to be in your base or on one of these walking mountain guys who can serve as your base when you're going on longer excursions. So, what you want to do usually, here I'll debug fly up real quick. Oh, there we go. Is you want to build your base. Ignore the super fast days. I should probably turn that off. You want to build your base on top of one of these guys, so then you have a mobile base. Throw a doorway, some ceilings, some ceiling lamps. And then, hey, thank you for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But yeah, and then your mobile base is the one that you can take with you. I still haven't figured out how I'm going to make it, how you make your guy move. Right now you just click and then he goes somewhere. Should really try to avoid these trees a lot more. He's not really trying to, and you can still run straight into him. But yeah, so the whole idea is mostly going to be that at night it gets really dangerous, but there's a lot of good loot around. You'll have your main base, or you can set up multiple bases, you know, as like different spots where you're safe. But at night, the best loot happens, and it's also dangerous. But then other areas are just very dangerous. So sometimes you want to bring your walking mountain guy, most of the time, for longer journeys, because then you can gather resources, store them in your mobile base, and then bring them back to your main base. Or it'll be more nomadic where you don't really have main bases. I've thought about that. But we're just going to kind of see how it goes and try to figure it out, because I don't really know too much, because this is only a couple weeks old, really. Very cool. I love when other developers dive into survival game dev. You don't see a lot of it. Yeah, and it's hard. This is the first time I've ever tried to do a survival type. There's a lot of things that you have to think about, just basic mechanics that, like crafting. I still need to build a craft system. I have an inventory, an item, and build system, but they're all like the items. I have 3 items right now. It's just wood and then some tools. The tool system, I had to think through how it works, having different tools with different uses. Obviously, some of them will be very similar, like an axe and a pick are going to be basically the same, but the hammer is very different. And then how to make that scale well, it's tough. Also seems like a cool, unique concept. Thank you. Yeah, when I designed these like walking rock golem sort of deals, it was going to be for a puzzle game, and then you would use them to like get around some, like to get up to high places sometimes, or, you know, things like that. But now, once I had built it and walked around on it, I was like, it just sounds so much cooler to build a base on top of one of them. Yeah, we're still getting that shaking. It doesn't seem maybe quite as bad. No, it's still there. How am I doing? Maybe there's something with the way I'm doing gravity on these guys. I don't know if that would have any effect. I was doing half gravity on them. I don't even remember why I was trying that. We did add these flying guys here today. They just kind of go from tree to tree. The very placeholder models right now. But we have it where they go from one leaf to another. And some of these trees are very big, which I like. I'm going to put more. But we're going to have to figure out a more performant way to do the trees, and I think the way we're going to do that is by just having multi-meshes, and then whenever you get close to a point where a tree is supposed to be, then we'll just spawn in an actual tree and move the mesh for the multi-mesh down. And then from there, you can go up and actually cut down a tree. But otherwise, then we don't have to deal with collision shapes and all that for all of these trees like we're doing right now. Do you use triplanar mapping for the terrain texture? I'm doing... Literally what I have is terrain 3D, just basically nothing changed. And it's just literally an image texture. And I just drag it on there and call it good. I don't know anything about textures at all. Like, I've done basically nothing. The only thing I've ever done with a texture is noise textures to make like my wood texture. And that's it. And it's otherwise everything's albedo. It's really dope. Best of luck. I'm usually a lurker, so I wanted to pop in and say hello. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, always good to talk to the lurkers when they do show, But yeah, thanks. When you are on the walker's back, your player controller is made the child of the walker. So it's actually different. Pretty much how it works is there's a separate player attached to the mountain. And then this is the only way I could figure out how to do it, because I tried the reparent it technique. I tried making the walking mountain, what was it again? The collision for it, a character body, and that almost worked, but it was really shaky. But otherwise, you just slide off things when they walk, because I didn't have the collision shape set to be the whole. Basically, I have a separate collision for what the player stands on. So I tried making that a character body, and it sort of does work because it will carry you. But once you jump, it just like keeps moving, and then you fall off. So what I had to do is detect that the player is on top of it with this area detect. And then when that happens, there's a separate player controller right here, riding body, that snaps to your position once you enter. And then when you are moving, it's actually moving this character body. And then after you've entered, your character just snaps to the riding body position. So there's like this little handoff where it's like, okay, you came in over here, so I'm going to appear right where you are. And then after that, the character, like the actual player, just sticks to that body. It just literally matches its position at all times. And then the riding body suddenly takes over the controls, and it is a child of the walking mountain. So it's like you have a whole new character controller that takes over when you get on top of it. What if you rewrite everything in x86 assembly? That's the next step. But I think the first thing I got to do is implement more efficient multi-meshes for my trees. But that's like right next on the list. Dyslexiacs. Or dyslaics? Dyslexiacs? I have dyslexiacs at this point. That's a great name. Okay, we have some stuff done. I do think, okay, I actually do have to go. I keep saying that I'm going to go and then I don't. I think over the next couple days, maybe I'll try to do some more performance stuff, like reworking the tree system to be like what I was saying, where it just is a multi-mesh and then it just spawns in a tree when you're close. Something like that. Yeah, I think so. But for now, I do have to bounce. And so I will go ahead and find someone to raid. But thank you all for being here. As always, it's always fun having people in chat hanging out. Let me find someone who I can raid here. Is there anyone I recognize? Subject, nice progress, man. Looking forward to catching you again. Hey, you too, man. If I see you on, I don't really have... The unfortunate thing is that every time that I would have time to watch streams is always the only time that I have to stream. So I don't get to watch too many people stream, like, their games. But if I see you live, I'll pop in and say hi. Okay, we're just going to pick someone at random. There's this, what is it? I think I've raided this guy before, yeah. All right, I'll get this started here. Let everyone jump in. But yeah, once again, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you all later. Dyslaics? Subject, RIGG, Materiat, and B, and all the other people. Buttermilk, New Jank, Twisty, which was good to see you again, man. Fanny Slam, Teacher, Hydra, all you people. Appreciate you. Princess as well. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Oh, Code Sheep as well. I didn't see that follow. But yeah, thank you for being here. All the people on the YouTube side as well. Bad Circle, of course. Monkey and Yeet. Appreciate y'all. I'll catch you next time. RIGG says, you should look into using remote transform 3D nodes. Had to look up the name. Okay. I'll take a look. Remote, as long as I remember. It was fun. Nice stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Good stream. Nice seeing it. Yeah. Peace out, guys. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one. Bye. Okay. And for those of you in the YouTube chat, have a great one. I'll see you next time. Peace.